BlazeHedgehog.admin says this is a live test of the new TTS system. Zoomfondle.admin says hello, I am Microsoft Sam. BlazeHedgehog.admin says my touch portal dashboard says I have 5 viewers but Twitch itself says 1 viewer. Perplexing.
Anyway, I'm gonna just go ahead and unmute my phone. Sit here, total silence. Making some adjustments to the technology, powering soundboards and things. This really only applies to moderators. Should no longer say that you hedgehog.admin play a sound. Should accurately say who you are. Go ahead and give it a try. I want to see if it works. I have improved the technology, but should accurately say who you are when you no longer say that you are me. I don't know if it works, so it would be... It's the soundboard. I am cutting out. My volume. I'm going to go watch my... Because I messed with my audio settings again. Oh, great. That didn't even... Double great. For some reason, Chrome is not out sound device. So box outputting. Firefox is also not outputting. Oh wait, of course not. I turned it down in my headphones. Yeah, okay, I'll fix. It'd just be adjusting. Testing 1, 2. Am I more audible than usual now? Okay, good. Music, resume, please. Anyway, what I was trying to say when my audio was messing up is I have tried to improve the soundboard for moderators. If you are a moderator in my chat, you might have noticed that when you tried to use the soundboard, the little pop-up that said your username said you were me. That's because I try and detect who is a moderator and give them special privileges. But I have improved that so that it should probably accurately tell everyone who you are. So I can do it. I wonder if it's just not catching you.
Pirate's treasure.
Well, that worked. It's just back to dropping this sometimes, I guess. The usual. I gotta figure out a better way to do this. Boy, this song seems loud to me. I'm gonna skip it. Also, when you did that, I wasn't looking. Did it accurately say who you were when it popped up? Or were you also not paying attention?
Treasure?
Okay, it did. Okay, good. Excellent. It works.
Treasures?
It works insofar as sometimes it doesn't detect. I'm just kind of worried about checking for the file to change too often. I don't want to, like, wear out my hard drive, you know? It currently checks to see if the chat file has been modified 4 times a second, which you'd think would be enough, but apparently it's not. But like you said, one of these days we should just try and do like a debugging stream, and I can see why exactly it's dropping it. Because I can test some of this locally, but I'm limited to a degree. Whenever I test it locally, it works. But then every now and then you try and use it, and it ignores you. But it's only like 1 in every 20 messages, like, it's not that bad. If it drops a soundboard message, just go ahead and submit it again. Like, don't even worry about it. Like, the whole cooldown system may as well be disabled at this point. It is so neutered. You are not going to trip that. Nobody is. Unless like 100 people are using the soundboard constantly at all times. And I don't think I'm going to be like Germa levels of popular, you know?
Hey, touch it. Go on. See what happens.
Touch it. You know you want to. It's there for you to touch.
Anyway, we've been sitting here for 12 minutes mulling about random junk. And this beta ends probably in like 2 hours, so if I'm gonna stream any of it, we gotta get a move on. Like 2 or 3 hours probably. Go down. Switch over. That was weird. It's never switched over to a completely black screen like that before. Anyway, here is the Sonic Racing Crossworlds beta. You may notice I was playing it a little bit last night. And by a little bit, I mean I played it for like 2 hours. I don't want to spoil it. I don't think I like this game very much. Suppose we'll go through the menus real quick before we get started with the game proper. Over here we have our garage for our cars. They start you out with some pre-made cars. You can create a whole brand new car if you want, by picking from fronts, rears, and tires. So let's just build a car really quick. And what annoys me is that this does the Mario Kart thing. It hides your stats by default, unless you push the square button. I don't really understand why they would do that. But you know, you got various color palettes. You're probably gonna be able to unlock more of these as you play. That just seems to make sense to me. But you can also just make your own if you really want to. Which kind of makes it like pointless that you'd probably unlock more color palettes. But you did in Team Sonic Racing, so. And then you have a sticker system. And it's like, it's a very basic like Forza Horizon kind of livery sort of thing. I don't even know where I put this sticker. Oh, there it is. You can put it wherever you want it. You can... What's the weird button combination? It's like... Oh, that's to rotate. I don't want to rotate. How do I, like, enlarge? Where does it say enlarge? Okay, scale. You can make it big. As big as you want it. Within reason. It looks like they only want you sticking it on the hood, which is a little weird. But that's all fine, you know, I'm fine with creating vehicles. I'm surprised they deleted the vehicle I had in here last night. I created something with the drill bit. And for whatever reason, it got rid of it. Because this is what I was racing with last night. Was a pink drill. Over here you've got a perks menu. Normally you have 6 perk slots. Actually you start out with 3, and then as you race during the beta you unlock the other 3. And you'll notice like the perks over here, some are 1 slot like these, some are 2 slot, some are 3 slot. Obviously 3 slot perks are a little more powerful than 2 slot perks. And 2 slot perks are more powerful than 1 slot perks. You know, pretty understandable stuff, I think. Which ones did I have on here? I had like 4th level drift, and I had... What was it? It was... I don't remember. It was like the quick charge, wasn't it? Or was that something else? That was... I think I had this up here. And then what did I have on the 2 slot? I had like... Oh, I had the 3 stock items. I'm not going to do 3 stock items right now. What do I want in there instead? I could put like a lot of weird 1-slotters. Sure, we'll do like hazards. We'll do slipstream enhancement. And we'll up the ring magnet. How about that? And then here we have characters. These are the characters in the beta. Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, Shadow, Omega, Eggman, Cream, and Zaz. They also have stats that they hide from view. I've been racing as Cream because I think she is more well-rounded than Sonic is. Sonic is obviously a little bit more focused on speed. Cream is a little bit more neutral in all categories. Also, I think it's just funny that she's driving this big, mean drill. All the voices in this game are weird. You're going to see what I mean here in a minute. And then we just play. Like, there's no single player. There's a handful of tracks. There's a voting system, kind of like Mario Kart 8. You can do these cute emotes based on the Sonic the Hedgehog emote system that they have on Line, the Japanese text messaging app. You can honk your horn if you click one of the sticks. I think there's about 6 tracks in the beta. Wonder Museum is my favorite. Yeah, if you click the left stick, you honk.
Get ready. All right. Yes. Targeting.
So I'll talk about it once I get into the actual race here, but there's a lot about this I don't like. One is that by default, your controls do not use the triggers for acceleration and braking and drifting. You use the X button like it is a Switch game. Or not even a Switch game. A Switch game would put it on the far right button, the A button. I think. Gosh. I can't remember. I don't remember what Mario Kart 8 uses. But there is an option in here to turn on Team Sonic Racing style controls, which puts the accelerator back on the trigger. Okay, my first major problem, and I'll demonstrate it here in a minute, is the handling model in this game. Unless you're drifting like I am right now, you have absolutely no cornering ability whatsoever. We'll get up to a really sharp turn here, and I'm not going to use the drift. This is me holding as far to the left as I can. They really want you to be drifting through every single turn. It is the only way to turn sharply. It is kind of crazy. This game feels absolutely uncontrollable unless you're drifting at all times. One is something we're probably going to see later on, about the time we get to the final lap. This game is like non-stop item spam. It is like worse than any Mario Kart I've ever played. Isn't drifting the point of these games? It is, but like normally you can still control your car. This is like, you cannot control your car unless you are drifting. It's like you shouldn't even be trying to steer unless you're drifting. And that seems weird to me. And even when I do drift, sometimes it feels like I cannot make these turns. And like it becomes a really big problem. Like let's say I get hit while I'm drifting like this, right? You know what happens? Like you cannot recover because you can't really start drifting in a turn. You just kind of have to hug the wall and bump into it, and when you bump into walls, you drop rings. Like if you drift the wrong way like I just did, that's a big problem. That's impossible to recover from. Like it feels super weird to control. The other problem is, like, it's generally pretty accepted that Sonic games have pretty good soundtracks, right? The soundtrack in this game is garbage. And, like, it should be worth pointing out, this game does not have a release date yet. It is an early enough beta that we don't know when it's coming out. This closed network test could be for them to figure out, iron out bugs and things like that. Try and, you know, make sure the game plays good before it comes out. Actually, I don't want that car. I want this car. Oh, wait, that's right. Menus aren't great either. Oh, but it put me in the car anyway. Oh well, don't worry about it. But like, I was trying to say, like, parts of this game do feel like super temp. Like, the music doesn't sound great, but I would be able to believe, like, you could convince me that the music will be replaced by the time the game comes out, because it just, the way it sounds is not good. You get like a special version of the main race theme when you're on the final lap, and it's supposed to be like a vocal track, but it's very clearly just like MIDI choir right now. So it sounds like extra cheap and gross and weird. Like they haven't had a vocalist record the lyrics yet. But even before then, like it's not a very good sounding game. You can see I switched to Amy here. She's got a different handling model than Cream does. I'm kind of struggling to turn here. And like the voice clips are weird because they cut it. The voice clips will cut themselves off a lot. Especially, like, there's a perk to increase your trick speed. And if you do that, like, it's a cacophony of absolute nonsense. Like, I'm not a super big fan of this portal mechanic. Like, it's not terrible, but it doesn't really feel like it's anything worth dedicating a whole game to, you know? This is the kind of thing, like, one track should have this gimmick, not a whole entire game. Like, I don't want to be that harsh about it, but this might be one of the worst playing kart racers I've played in a while. It's not great. Like, do you hear this music? Like, where did all my items go? Here, I'll switch my perks out after this race. And we'll put on, like, the quick trick perk. This game feels less like a classic Sega arcade racer with power-ups and more like a raw thrills racer with power-ups. Yeah, like a friend of mine was saying the other night, this feels like an arcade game, like in bad ways. I like an arcade game, but this definitely feels like something they're trying to squeeze another dollar out of you for a credit. You know what I'm saying? Like really random, really chaotic, really crazy, over the top, insane. In a way where you're not entirely sure what just happened. Here, let's... Where's the trick? It's like... Speedy air trick, and it's a 2. Ah, that's fine. Do I still want the ring range? Probably, right? There's not a whole lot that I can pick from. That's probably pretty good. Yeah, it kind of has the feeling of Cruise and Blast. And like, it does when you steer it too. It feels very stiff. And like, some stiffness can feel good, but sometimes not really. Cause like, I own Cruise and Blast. I love Cruise and Blast.
Hey guys.
For what it is, like, Cruise and Blast is a very good one of those. But this doesn't feel great. Oh no, like I could have told you last night when I was streaming this over Discord.
Yes.
Like I was telling people in other Discords, like, hey, I don't think I like this game very much. And a lot of people were like responding to me like, yeah, I've heard this game's not very good. But like I keep saying, no release date yet. In theory, a beta test like this is to detect problems like this. And whenever it comes out, either the end of this year or next year, it'll be retooled. Because it really needs it. It needs it bad. And to Big's point about the item balance being kind of a mess, I have heard from people who have, let's say, been in beta tests for kart racers before, and have said, games like this always have really crazy item balance in the beta, and then usually by the time a game comes out at retail, it's better, it's fine. It's like item balance and spam and things like that is one of the last things that usually gets balanced before a game comes out. So I have like faith that part will get better, but it's kind of everything else. It's the handling model, it's the music, some of the mechanics. And it also, like, how balanced is it going to get, I guess. And how much better is the music going to get? How unfinished are these songs? This is just, at some point it's just bumper cars, you know? And what gets me maybe the most, like, it's not even a very pretty game. I guess it's probably because they're targeting the Switch. Like, it's the same problem with Shadow Generations, right? Shadow Generations was a lot like this too, where I didn't think it was a super pretty game. And it's very likely, you know, they were just targeting the Switch, and everything else would just be 4K 60 from there. Have I played Stampede Racing Royale?
At least I tried.
I was in the beta for that when that very first launched, and it did not run very well for me at all. I wasn't even sure that you could still play it, because I played it when that beta first launched, however many months ago that was, last year or whatever. And I was not a fan of it. Like, the game, to me, seemed barely functional. I was having, like, really terrible network lag, and the network lag was making it, like, really hard to control. Like, I was, like, clipping through geometry and falling out of bounds, all because I was having, like, internet lag at my brother's. Let's change to a different racer and a different car, how about? If it'll let me. Take me to Water Palace. And let's pick Eggman. We'll do handling type. We'll give him this.
Salutations.
And yeah, like, it was mentioned, this probably isn't coming out until Switch 2 comes out. Like, that could be another reason why they haven't even announced the release date yet, right? Because it's not April or whatever when the Switch 2 is being demonstrated. Yeah, I mean, it would not... Here, I've been trying to read out chat messages on stream a little bit more. Fat Scout says, do you think it's possible this was literally meant to be an arcade game, and that this is like, he's basically saying, is this a home port of an arcade cabinet game? And it could be. I mean, some of the past Sonic racing games have had arcade ports, right? The very first Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing had an arcade port. And with this being like Sega's Initial D arcade team, it would not surprise me if they are banking on, you know, putting this in arcades, at least in Japan. I mean, again, it's that Cruise and Blast comparison, right? Cruise and Blast was an arcade machine. I'm doing a lot worse today than I was last night. But all this game is making me do is not only appreciate, like, previous Sonic racers, it's making me appreciate Mario Kart a lot. I mean, of course, like, Mario Kart is like the golden standard for this genre, but past games could hold with Mario Kart, or at least Sonic Racing Transformed and Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing could. Team Sonic Racing was mediocre, but it wasn't, like, terrible. This is, like, almost terrible. It's just noise and chaos and bad music, bad controls. Like, have you been able to tell a single thing that's going on in
I've
this
got
app?
better things to do.
Thank you.
Adieu. Until we meet again, my friends.
I guess I'll run through every single member of the roster.
Of course.
So here's a question for you. This game reminds me of Mario Kart Wii a lot. I get the impression you like Mario Kart Wii way more than this, then despite that game having an infamous item balance, why do I think I'm way more sour on this? It just... Mario Kart Wii is just Mario Kart. Like, it's Mario Kart cranked a little too high, I guess. It has a couple of annoying items that get in the way a lot. But otherwise, it's just... It's normal, right? It's just Mario Kart. This is like, let's say Mario Kart Wii is Mario Kart turned to 11. This is like Mario Kart turned to 25. It is too much. And it does not have like the production value or the creativity behind its tracks or items or anything else to really like carry it when the gameplay itself kind of fails. It is just kind of a forgettable game underneath it all, underneath all the insanity.
Worthless consumer models.
Well, like I said, like the music sounds muffled, I think because it's temp audio. I think they are trying to hide it on purpose. But also, that could be another symptom, like this is an arcade port, right? This could be like a sound, like a noise pollution thing for an arcade, right? Is what I'm trying to get at. And Omega's very heavy, so he's extremely hard to corner, even when you're drifting. Like, oh, look at that. I'm just bouncing off the walls over here. I feel like every single time we've done a portal, it's been here. It's been nowhere else but Roulette Road. Which was a problem I went into last night too. Not portals, but like people kept picking Ocean View over and over and over again. I got that track like 4 times in a row. And like there's, I don't know if you just noticed it, there's like a weird item where like it just gives you another item box for free. Thank you for the sub. I don't. I think this game is kind of bad, and it needs a lot of work. The handling is terrible, the music is terrible, and the tracks are forgettable. That's the long and short of it.
This is the wrong room.
Superlative.
To the point where, like, full disclosure, I'm probably going to switch to a different game at some point. Because I don't like this. And recently, I've also been replaying Sonic Racing Transformed, and it is significantly better than this game. Like, the other thing with, like, the terrible handling model, like, I don't want to pick any other vehicle. Wait a minute. Okay, that's
Looking for information, I hacked into the doctor's database.
Thank you. Like, I never want to pick anything but handling type, because, like, look at the handling stats. This is, like, no handling, that has all the handling, this has no handling, this has no handling.
Bunnies.sub says, does this work?
It does. It didn't used to, but then I fixed it. I just fixed it today. I guess we'll try a crummy handling model. Because I like this ugly car that I made. I'm also not sure that it's assigning TTS voices correctly. Everyone's had Microsoft David.
Hey guys.
You think you preferred the cars with the worst handling? Well, that's fair.
So be it.
King_bunnies.sub says, do you have a least favorite track even though they are all forgettable?
It might be Metal Harbor. I don't know. I'd have to think about it a little bit harder. They're all... I don't think there's any, like, truly bad tracks. They're just mostly really forgettable. The best track is Wonder Museum. Wonder Museum is like the only track in this entire beta that has any personality whatsoever. Because it's a really fun-looking museum, and then on the final lap, all the museum exhibits come to life, because ghosts come in and haunt the place, and everything comes to life. All the dinosaurs get up and start stomping around, and all the car exhibits start driving around on the floor. It's just fun. And like, this track is so obviously Mario Circuit from Mario Kart 8, like, it's not even funny.
It looks like that armed buggy still runs. Press the triangle button to get on it.
This isn't a buggy. Also, though, like, shoutouts to the Ask Shadow feature in my stream for, like, nailing this constantly, like, being relevant no matter what somehow. Yep. The weird thing about boat mode is you can't really drift. You charge a jump somehow. I guess the thing about the Ninja Star item is that it seems to cut your tail end off, which makes you drop your item if you have one, which is kind of interesting, I guess. Like I said, there's another item that forces you to re-roll your items too.
Having cornered Black Doom, he summoned an enormous creature from the ground.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Black Doom in this game. It's weird, like, people will say Sonic's cast, like there's too many Sonic characters, but at the same time I feel like there's not a whole lot of people they could put in a game like this. Like, you look at the Mario Kart 8 roster, and there's like 60 people in that game. If we're only dealing in characters Sega likes to put into these kind of crossover games, or these kind of side games or whatever, there's not very many. Oh, I'd kill for Maria in this game. That would be amazing.
Of course.
You keep giving me more tickets for car parts, and I've basically unlocked everything already. I mean, I wouldn't say this is an insult to Sega's arcade games. This just feels like what an arcade game is these days. Where did this car come from? I don't remember making that. Here, we'll try and get Ocean View again. Knuckles? Where did this come from? Is this just like a preset car?
Yes.
Woohoo! Hello, everyone.
Come on.
Woohoo!
I mean, yes, Knuckles has an iconic line from Sonic Adventure 1. You know the one.
Treasures from the pyramid.
Oh no. Ad break time. Presumably. That's what my touch portal's saying. I don't know if that's true. I think I smell popcorn. I'm hungry. It also kind of bugs me that some of these tracks, like, are named after tracks from previous Sonic racing games, and they do not seem to be the same track layouts at all. Like, I'm not crazy, right? Ocean View is from, like, Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing, and Team Sonic Racing, and etc., etc. But this is nothing like any of those tracks. Look at that. Look how crummy this handling is. Please don't go to Roulette Road. This is my other, like, biggest fear, right? Is that people who like this game and figure out the ideal routes are going to pick the same portals over and over and over and over again. Like, how many times have we seen Roulette Road in this stream? 6 times? It's been almost every single track. We've seen the Galaxy Force 2 track once, and we've seen Dinosaur Jungle once. Every single other portal, I think, was Roulette Road for this entire stream. Missed me. That's your blue shell mechanic, by the way. King Boom Boo in a pair of sunglasses comes up when he slaps you. And I guess it's kind of okay, because unlike a blue shell, which only really affects the person in first place, it like creates this, I don't know, like this shockwave effect or something that anyone can run into. This game really does not have very much sauce.
Strangers from the pyramid.
Well, that's enough out of the knucklehead. Well, have we... Tails? I made a car for Tails. It has Sonic's face on it.
Hey guys.
Come on, Sonic! We need to get busy!
Yeah, the initial D-devs are supposed to be good. Even when Sega was talking about this game back in December. The person who tweeted about this game from Sega called them their elite racing team. Which is probably true because they're probably the last racing game development team at Sega. Sega used to have, like, what is now Codemasters used to be Sega's racing team. Because Sega fired them all. Their racing team worked on Sega Rally Revo. And Sega Rally Revo bombed, effectively. So they all went and joined Codemasters. And, you know...
Bet I can smash that.
That was like 10 years ago, so, like, a lot of those people probably aren't at Codemasters anymore. Who knows? You know, how volatile the game industry is. They could be literally anywhere at this point. But at least back in the day, that used to be true. Hey, look, it's Roulette Road again, everyone. Haven't seen this track before. I sure love Roulette Road. I cannot talk or think today. My brain is slime.
I hate this!
Francis, you hate everything. I'm also really curious what a Switch or Switch 2 version of this is going to play like, given that it really drops frames when I'm coming through that portal. Agent Clank, what's up, dude?
I'm moving different.
Please, allow me to become Monster Truck. And yeah, to Fat Scout's point, like, Sega's racing studio was pretty short-lived. It was like literally a game. I always felt Sega Rally Revo got kind of a bad rep. I think I mentioned this recently somewhere else. I think it was on the stream I did a couple weeks ago. That all I remember is Ryan Davis really trashing that game. Why would I play Sega Rally Revo when I could just play Dirt 2? Because they're doing different things. I would play both. But I also own like 150 racing games, so I guess that's just me.
Yeah, let's race.
We will play Sonic the Hog. I will pick his traditional vehicle. It was... Dirt 2 was after Sega Rally Revo, that is true. I think he was talking about in regards to Sega Rally Online Arcade, which was built from the base of Sega Rally Revo.
Let's go.
Sega Rally Online Arcade is basically just an Xbox Live Arcade version of Sega Rally Revo with some features stripped out. Like campaign single-player features. And that was mostly done by Sumo Digital. But it was still the Rally Revo base at the very core of it. Rally Revo tracks, Rally Revo cars. Probably with just like tuning stuff trimmed out. I wonder if there's any track we haven't seen yet. Oh, we haven't seen Metal Harbor yet. Like, it's really hard to hear, but there is a song under this that kind of sounds like the Sumo Digital Ocean View songs. But it's muffled and weird. And again, it just sounds like super temp audio. More than I think anything else. I think the audio is definitely getting replaced in this game. I just hope it's with something good. Please don't be Roulette Road. Oh my gosh. I'm turning into the Joker.
LOL! I am ROTFL!
The core of the head is his weak point. Must attack when its core is exposed.
I think attacking any part of these racers will work, Shadow, not just the head. Gosh, I hate this song so much. This is so bad. So either I run through all the rest of the racers, which I think there's only like 2 or 3, or we wait until we see Metal Harbor. Yes, inherited from previous Sonic racing games, they used Toot Toot Sonic Warrior for the Sonic Heroes track for some reason. And they made a special version for it that is like MIDI choir, because presumably the final lap will be a vocal song.
Nice.
Yeah, I think all we have left is Zaz. I don't know what Zaz's car even is. I don't think I have it on my list. Oh, we haven't seen Water Palace yet. So we'll do that too. We'll give him the Moto Buggy. For whatever reason, they changed Zaz's voice, and I don't understand why. He sounds kind of more rockabilly now. Yeah, the emote doodles are cute. It's based on a style they used to call Sonic the Sketchhog. If you use a Japanese messaging client called Line, there's a whole emote pack you can buy, and some of them are nearly identical to what's in this game. Why did Knuckles get... Well, they tried to change out the entire cast a few years ago, and fans threw a fit. So they ended up rehiring a bunch of old actors at a higher rate, instead of like changing out Roger for someone else. And I think they wanted to change out Amy, maybe Tails, I don't remember. Presumably Knuckles was the only one they couldn't negotiate with. I don't remember. That's me just making a lot of assumptions. There's probably someone out there that knows a lot better than me. But I will be the first person to tell you I do not like the Deadly Six, but I liked Zaz's original voice. And this one is fine. It's not offensive. It just, I don't know. It has a different vibe. I feel like I've seen that critical miss guy before. He almost sounds like a Crazy Taxi character now, you know what I mean? Zaz was Liam O'Brien, so I could believe recasting was as simple as he was busy and it's a minor character, so nobody will care. That's fair enough. And yeah, we really do not need the entire Deadly Six in this game. But also, you think like Mario Kart 8, they put the entire roster of Koopa Kids into that game, right? And they still gave us guys like Metal Mario and gold peach, right? I suppose we'll stick as Daz for now. I wanna show Metal Harbor on stream. I think we've been streaming this for about 45 minutes. Holy crap, it's hot in my room. It's like 85 degrees in here. Why is it so hot in here? I have my window open and everything. Oh. Did we ever see Water Palace? I don't remember.
Hello, everyone.
This game is not leaving much of an impact on me. A New Knuckles dude did like 2/3 of the voices of Little Bush. That's pretty funny. What a weird credit. In truth, I do not remember Little Bush. I remember That's My Bush. And I only remember it in name only. I never actually watched it, because... Whoa. No, thank you. Sometimes it will tell me to push a button like it did right there. And I was already pushing the button and it didn't care. Pirate Storm, come on! Or whatever, Kraken Bay. This is probably one of my favorite portals. I don't know why that Kraken fin didn't do anything to me. We're gonna say thank you, Kraken. Can I emote during a race? I can't. Get out of my way. See, now I can't get off the wall because the handling sucks. And like for the monster truck being one of the many like extreme crazy catch-up items they give you, it doesn't feel like it does very much. I think I'm gonna go back to Cream. I'd like to point out once again, I don't think it saved the thing I had with Cream, right? It was like a drill. Oh, there it is. This was the loadout I was winning with so much last night. I like that the trick animations are kind of stiff. Because I had a problem with, what was it? Sonic Racing Transformed. Where like it would fail me for certain trick animations because, I don't know, they were There was something weird with the trick system where it just felt floaty and kind of strange. Please give me Metal Harbor.
Mephiles, I won't let you escape.
Yeah, well, I think you did, Shadow. Oh, that's the last... I don't know if you guys noticed in the menu when you can pick your car, there's one whole category that's missing. It's the extreme gear. It's the airboards. Why are they pretending like that's a big secret when that was like in the last trailer? And that's in all the promotional material. Look at these cardboard cutouts of Chow by the edge of the track here. Even the Sumo Digital Racing games had like 3D models for those guys. I was also pushing the A button back there and it wasn't dropping the mine. Dinosaur jungle! You pile of garbage. I like this track. I think it's a reference to Galaxy Force 2, which is an arcade game and had a terrible Sega Genesis port. And it kind of bothers me that they're not like outright spelling it out that it's coming from Galaxy Force 2. It's just kind of one of those like, if you know sorts of things. And that kind of weirds me out. It kind of makes it feel like the Sega references in this game are like maybe a last second thing that they weren't entirely decided on yet. And like nothing about the music or anything else really like screams Galaxy Force 2, you know? It could be a rights thing, I don't know, you'd think... Like, Sega put out Galaxy Force 2 on the 3DS, right? That was one of the Sega 3D classics, and it looks amazing on the 3DS. It's a super scalar game, and it's gorgeous when you see it in 3D. So you'd think, like, Sega still has the rights to it. They might even sell it on the Switch eShop for all I know. And it's weird that's, like, the only one we have for now, too, you know? I think the Galaxy Force 2 level is the only non-Sonic reference in the beta, yes. Unless there's more that I'm just not aware of. I know in a Discord a few weeks ago we were trying to debate where Kraken Bay comes from. Because it's easy to think Pirate Storm from Secret Rings. It might not be Pirate Storm, it might be from something else that I just don't recognize. Oh yeah. Yeah, I suppose the museum could be a 2-point museum reference. Though it's weird that it has like skeletons of Secret Rings dinosaurs in it, you know? Not that he can hear me. Metal Harbor, please. I mean, Fortnite at this point is like... It's like Roblox. You can just make whatever you want for it. So yeah, it would have a Frito-Lay thing. Like, Frito probably made it. Thank goodness. Thank goodness for Chef Boyardee. Available now at your local retailer. You know, I never told my YouTube channel I was streaming. And I'm starting to get sick of this game. I might stream some Transformed for comparison. And then maybe some Ring Racers. I'm not sure about Ring Racers, though.
It looks like my only option is to jump into that giant tornado.
Well, there isn't a tornado around here yet, Shadow. I will say one thing I like about this game is having multiple routes where sometimes you turn into a plane and sometimes you can stay as a car. That's something Transformed never really let you do, and they should have. I don't like that the attacks that you get out of item bubbles do not affect the robots that are on the track. That's annoying to me. Yeah, go to Sky whatever. What, it wasn't Roulette Road? Them leaning into warp rings also feels a little weird to me. Warp rings were never that big of a deal until the movie. Like, I don't know. It's just not something they ever really concerned themselves with before. And now I bet they're going to be all over in these games. Like, yeah, remember the famous warp rings from Sonic? That appeared in one game in 1994 and then got featured in the movies and now are in every single video game they've ever gonna release? It's the thing that's popular. We're here to give you the thing that's popular. The less we have to think about how to design a Sonic game, the better. Sorry, I should hold my tongue. There were actually streamer guidelines that say I can't disparage Sega. That's not even a lie. Except that there was also a clause in those streamer guidelines that it doesn't apply to anyone outside of Japan, which is very funny to me.
Zoomfondle.admin says Microsoft Sam here. Sega is awesome.
Thank you, Sam, but technically your name is David. That is the Microsoft David voice. I guess Fleetway probably. I mean, even Archie had them, right?
Zoomfondle.admin says Microsoft Sam here. Disregard everything I just said, as I am Microsoft David.
Bamboozled. Oh, man. You gotta be a subscriber or a moderator to use TTS, unfortunately. Let's try Wonder Museum. We'll give this like 2 or 3 more tracks.
Hello. Let's go. Ha, ready. Hello. Come on. Let's go. Sup.
That's such like a YouTuber greeting. Hey guys, it's me, Sonic the Hedgehog.
That scout.sub says my Robocopter goes so I swat.
Ooh, thank you for the sub, even though it was silent. And yeah, it's... that's how you know it's not Microsoft Sam, it's Microsoft David. Because the swa doesn't really work. Viewtiful Joe, that's a good username.
The doctor told me that I was an android.
The doctor told me that I was adopted.
Zoomfondle.admin says but I use an iPhone. What does he know?
Exactly. But yeah, like, to sum it up again, this just feels like there's a thing about arcade games where they are supposed to feel like simple and easy to pick up and play, right? Which leads to a certain level of not feeling very deep. And that's what this feels like.
More!
There's just something weirdly shallow about it. Shallow and like difficult in a way that I'm not entirely down with. I never noticed that big banner on the flying battery before. That's kind of cool.
The last one!
Thank you. Look at my flying monster truck. My pink flying monster truck. Do something, cheese, please. Please, cheese.
Fantastic!
Outtake indeed. Listen, cheese has long days, okay? When he's off the clock, he needs to relax. Oh, I hit return. We're gonna do like 2 more races, and then I'm gonna probably switch. This has felt like the longest hour I've played a video game ever. I feel like I've been playing this game for the entirety of my life. Go back to Wonder Stadium, please.
Hello, everyone.
Can I get first place in one of these tracks? Well, Fat Scout, like the thing to keep in mind about Shadow's inhibitor rings, I only just learned this recently. That was apparently a story element intended for Sonic Adventure 2 that got left on the cutting room floor. They didn't have space to put it into the game anywhere. That then got adapted and adopted into Sonic X as a story element. But supposedly, this came out just like a year or 2 ago. It was always apparently intended to be part of his character. Sort of like how Sonic X features like that complete cutscene of his secretary trying to like hype him up, be like, yeah, you got to believe in heroes, Mr. President. That's also like we have deleted audio from Sonic Adventure 2 of that. Did the game crash? Did it kick me out? No, it just took a really long time to load. And it makes you wonder, like, how much in Sonic X came from, like, story elements that they planned for the games.
Behold the ultimate power!
What is the ultimate power, Shadow? Can you tell me? Is it a pink drill car driven by a 6-year-old rabbit that probably shouldn't be behind the wheel? I swear. Oh, good. I was about to say, we haven't seen this in a while. I wanted to go back to Kraken Bay, but what I want is not what's important, apparently. Paul George's leg, huh? Get squished. Dodged. Ghosted. Can I get like the super item, please? No. Yes. What is the super item? It is a triple glove. I don't want a triple glove. What does that do for me? And I just got re-rolled anyway, so who cares? Like, no fun allowed. I think there's supposed to be a unique vocal track for every single track. It's just we're at a point where the vocals haven't been added yet, so it's just, you know, some MIDI preset going da 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 da, you know, that kind of stuff. Kind of like that temporary version, I don't know if anyone's ever heard of it, the Sonic Heroes theme, the temp audio for that, where it's a guy that's just basically mumbling nonsense for 3 minutes. That's a real good song. I wonder if I have that on hand to listen to right now. E-music. Temple. Oh, this is just returning all those Final Fantasy songs because there's a million temples in Final Fantasy. What if I typed in heroes? Well, there's a lot of heroes in Final Fantasy too, as it turns out. Is that it? No, that's the Symphony version. Yeah, I don't think I have the the beta version. Oh, FL Slayer. That's nasty. Wait a minute, why are there cops outside?
There was a showdown between me and one of the doctor's giant robots.
There's cops wandering around outside. I can see them out my window. Oh, we're back here again, huh? We literally just did this track. So what, I said 3 more and this should be the last one. Maybe we'll do 1 more after this, just so we get away from Water Palace. And then I'll play a little bit of not Team Sonic Racing, I keep trying to say that. A little bit of Sonic Racing Transformed just for contrast. Also because I want to play more... whatever that game is called. My brain is goop today, I can't help it. Go to Roulette Road. You didn't. Toasty should be a channel point redeem, you have to open it from the box. Sorry to say. I know it's confusing. Unless Toasty came off and I just didn't hear it. I don't think it did. But usually if there's like a visual element to something, like an image that pops up on screen.
There are 3 more to go, and I'll do anything to get them.
Like that? Then that costs channel points. Because I figure it's more than just playing a sound. There's a visual element to it. Thank you. Gosh, what is even happening? Trying to hold a boost so I can get this. And like I can only get that on the final lap too. When it's like the most chaotic. So it's weird to like, I don't know. It's just weird, I guess, is my point. Okay, 1 more race and then I'm going back to Transformed. Jarvar. Boston's Delight.
Good.
Almost. I heard the Toasty, like, didn't you? When he popped in on the side? It was perfectly audible to me. Maybe I've been trying to change some of my audio setup lately because it's making OBS crash. Maybe something's a little weird. You didn't hear it. Great. Because I hear it. That's extra weird if I hear it and you don't. Oh, I know what it is. That's weird. No, I know what that is. Let's see. It's in guest mic, filters. No, not filters. Okay, he should be audible now. That was something I changed today. There he is. I had to add OBS's browser source as a whitelisted object to my sound capture plugin.
It looks like the coaster can be steered a little while it's moving.
Yeah, that's generally what a car is, Shadow. I feel like Lumi Crew Arts is a name I've seen, like, on Twitter.
Oops.
Thank you, Parappa. Kraken! Thank you. You get channel points just by watching the stream. I think Twitch told me about 260 an hour. And then, like, if I do like a poll or something, you can either spend or gamble channel points usually. If I do like a prediction. But I'm really bad at setting up predictions. Moderators should be able to do it, but I don't. Like, I've never done it myself, so I don't have any idea how that menu works. You're on your own. Get out of my way. I do like the crosshair on that.
What is this? Hey, 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 what is this?
So I mentioned that last time someone redeemed that. That is a really weird thing I stumbled upon. There was a website that let you songify a text-to-speech thing, and it was like all the TikTok voices. And just to test it out, I typed in, "Hey, what is this?" and it gave me that. And I thought it was hilarious. It probably should be more. I actually thought about putting it on the soundboard at one point. So yeah, that's this game. It's not a great game. Will it shoot cream? Oh! Ah! I missed.
Next.
Okay, how about we close this? Because, like, I don't...
Food, please.
There's, like, no other menus, is there? Like, there was, like, somehow I got to a menu. Whoa.
Melco Driggs tipped $20. I like when the number goes up.
It's good when the number goes up. Thank you. P? How did I get to that one menu? There we go. Here, like, for some reason you have to go into character select to get this settings menu. There's auto accelerate, there's a steering assist, there's a trick assist, and then there's Team Sonic Racing controls. And, like, I hate this menu. Like, look at this. This looks like a mobile game, right? All these toggles, like, it looks like garbage. And, like, I literally have not seen anyone say that they like this game. Hopefully my gamepad is charged up for the personal computer, because that is where we're going to be playing, or I'm going to be playing, Sonic Racing Transformed. Let's get that set up. Studio mode, streaming. We will hide the Elgato, the cat. We will do display capture. The entire display, please. Fit to screen. Move this all the way down here. I mean, I don't know. If they rush to get this out before Mario Kart 9, I mean, I guess that's the thing, right? If they're holding off on even telling us the release date, that means Nintendo is keeping them somewhat in the loop on what is going on with the Switch 2. So you would think they know when all that's coming out. For all we know, Mario Kart 9 could be a 2026 game. Are we still up? We're still up. OBS, you're being very well behaved today, and I appreciate it a great deal. I have been troubleshooting my setup so hard.
Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformer.
Okay, that's pretty loud, but it's about to get very quiet.
Select a mode.
Let me view my own channel, please. My channel. 10 viewers. Tell me the... Oh, I need to change my channel information. Hang on. Trying to listen to myself. Whoa. Yeah, I sound good. Trying to listen to myself.
Select a mode.
If you think the gameplay audio is low, let me know. I will turn it up. How do I go to my dashboard? Because I gotta change my settings. Stream Manager. Edit stream info. Sonic Racing. Whoa, that's not how you spell transformed. Transformed. Save. It's just that easy. Now we're not really going to look at career. I have done most of this, but obviously you get to the end here and it gets to be a little rough. I think all that I have left to do in single player is like the final thing. Yeah, it wants 232 stars, which means basically replaying the entire game. And yeah, the UI feels very dated. I think the last time I played, I did on the Classic Cup, so we'll just start from the Dragon Cup. I mean, the UI is not terrible. It's fine. Usually when I play this game, I do ages and I do balanced. I love ages. If Sonic Racing Crossworlds doesn't have anything that is on par with ages in this game, it is dead to me. That's my line in the sand. But like, this game is a little slippery feeling. Yeah, I didn't have enough speed there. But like, it's fine. It's not terrible, it's just a little heavy feeling. That's kind of why, like, with Sonic Racing Crossworlds, I kind of like that parts of it feel stiff, because parts of this feel mushy. I think there is something there. At the same time, I feel like this feels mushy because that's like, it has good racing physics, you know? It probably has a very strong core of like actual driving physics underneath it a little bit. Like it's very arcadey for sure. So I don't know. Remember that Team Fortress is in this game? See, you say this reminds you of Outrun 2. To me, Outrun 2 is a very stiff game. Boy, I just can't buy a stunt today, can I? And like boats feel very loose. They're probably like the loosest part of this whole game. Oh, I didn't get rid of him fast enough. Yeah, the DLC stage in this is pretty good, but I just wish like it turned up in cups or something. I've got like a weird mouse cursor. And like this slot machine between races is fun. I like that you get like a temporary buff between races. And that like it's different every race. It's the good kind of chaotic, right? I think this is the track where you can get like a max level drift, like right here. Yeah. This is still a really good game. Like really, all Sega needs to do is like do like an HD remaster of this game right here, include tracks from the other two Sonic Racing games, and just call it like Sonic Racing Transformed Ultimate Edition, right? That's all they have to do. It's not very hard. I don't think this looks like programmer UI. I think this looks like 2011. This looks like Windows 7. You know what I mean? Unless you were talking about something else. I don't know. I'm kind of trying to drive here. I shouldn't be texting and driving. Oh, those are supposed to go behind me. Like, this is one of those games, I think the first one did too, where like you have stackable boost. So like if you do a drift boost into a boost pad, you get like a double power boost. And if you chain a lot of boosts together, like it just gets more and more and more powerful. It is a pretty good system, I would say. I think Crash Team Racing has a similar system. I was trying to see if I could do like the left stick to do those flips, and you can't. I suppose like this UI more than like Windows 7, it looks like a Zune. Again, like just a very specific era. It looks like the end of the Xbox 360. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, Team Sonic Racing didn't look better than this. Crossworlds doesn't look better than this. And this game's like 14 years old, 13 years old. Ah, that wasn't... I thought that had more auto-aim on it. They changed the PC version. This used to be like a triple boost, and now it's ice. In the Xbox 360 version, that's like a huge super boost. Like a speed boost. Or something, I don't remember. It was something very useful. And they made it exponentially less useful in the PC version. Pudding! Well, I'm sure it was a balance change, but it was a balance change I like to exploit. Because I only ever play this offline. I'm sure it was a problem in internet games that I never do. Get out of here, Wreck-It Ralph. Did you know you could throw blowfish forward like a turtle shell? If you just hold forward on the analog stick. You missed, pal. Is there like a localization thing like that? Where like one of the items is different in the Japanese version? I wasn't even aware. And yeah, like to your point, Apple Green, like I never liked the items in this game. They could have done a lot better in terms of like having like Sega items for you to use. Instead of like generic bees, generic fireworks, generic gloves. Like instead of these weird gold coins, have me collect Joypolis tokens from Sega's arcade business, right? Huh. I did not know that, Fat Scout. That is interesting to me. There's Ristar. Ristar better be in Crossworlds too, I'm just saying. Oh, everyone's toast now.
Just as I thought. Looks like we're gonna crash!
Listen, if I crash, it's on purpose, Shadow.
3, 2, 1, go!
Like that. Get out of here, Wreck-It Ralph. Oh, I missed the item. I really love this track. Tracks like this is what really bummed me out when they started focusing only on Sonic characters in these games. There is such a history they could pull from. And they did. Like, there's so many weird deep cuts in these two games. Like, it's one of the only times we've ever seen Ooh La La, right? And Pudding. And Nites. Alex Kidd. I mean, there's a Burning Rangers track in this game, you know? That's incredible. I was looking at chat. Yeah, I know. I keep waiting to hear that Pudding line. I heard it the last time I was playing a couple days ago. What was that? What is that? Oh, it's the pyro. Oh, I should have flipped there. And like the way you hear the Dreamcast disc drive. That is such a good touch. This game is incredible. I keep missing that. There is so much love in this game. Come here, Ralph. Come here, you. Oh, that was bad. Damn it. Oh well, one of the things I've learned about this game, it doesn't matter if you don't get first place. The top 5 competitors are so competitive that even if you just hang in there, chances are you'll win. So like, I'm still first place, it doesn't matter. Oh, don't look at Sonic's eyes! Oh, there's Vice. And Knights. No V-Bucks missions today. I am blessed.
You don't have enough memory in the memory card.
What do we want to play next? No. Let's just go through them one at a time. Why not? How about we crank it up to hard? So when I don't pick ages, sometimes I pick Metal Sonic. There's also Ryo Hazuki. There's this guy, Willimus. General Winter. I've never played General Winter or Willimus. Team Fortress 2. Football Manager, and the Shogun. How about we do Ryo Hazuki? Zoom Fondle taught me a trick in kart racers. It's always go for high acceleration, because it helps you recover easier. And the faster you recover, the more of an advantage you have over everyone else.
Get ready. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, there she is. Everyone's favorite Sega character, Danica Patrick. Yeah, I'm getting too greedy. I don't think I've ever gone in the middle of that whirlpool to know what happens to you.
With the emerald in hand, I left the park in search for the others.
You do that, Shadow. I'm racing over here. I think this also takes Mario Kart rules, where the harder difficulties are also faster. Cool. Those are forklifts, if you can't tell. But this definitely feels significantly faster than the last race. Now you're just showing off, Ryo. His boat says hang on the side, so I guess that's probably what it's supposed to be. Ow. We had the same idea. Whoa. It's always kind of a tricky part. Damn it. Thought there was a flying part to this level. Oh no. So that was 5th, but like I said, I bet I finished this in 1st place overall. Because that's just how this game goes. Last one. Just think if Sonic Colors Ultimate looked this nice.
Get ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
I like that the license plate says Shenmue 3. Sumo Digital had some good people working there. You know? I still need to play Shenmue 3. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Did Sega make an 80s era boat game? I mean, none that come to mind. There was probably one. I mean, they were making a lot of arcade games. Just process of elimination, you know? And like, that's the other thing I liked about this game. I don't know if you guys saw it right there. There were robots shooting lasers. Whoever's in 1st place has to like deal with extra hazards that none of the other racers do. And that's a cool feature, I think. Instead of like artificially leveling the playing field, you're like doing something legitimate to slow down the guy in 1st. That's a really cool idea. And instead, Sonic Racing Crossworlds says, oh, you're in 1st place? Well, then you get to be the special boy that chooses where we teleport to, which is going to be Roulette Road.
_bunnies
every
dot
single
sub says
time.
the last DLC being Yogg's cast still bothers me over 10 years later. Give me Seagate Ascends Hero.
I mean, listen, it was a different era. Back then, people loved the Yogg's cast. They could do no wrong. I love this part. Seeing the ship come in. That is so cool. Still, 14 years later. And see, look, I have to dodge these lasers. It's not hard, but it's something. And it is harder in other tracks. Oh, Swarm is so useless when you're flying. Whoa. Hi, folks. For some reason, the game decided to minimize itself. That was weird.
Nice work. Third place. Results.
I would have had that one too. Weird.
Get ready.
Love this track.
2, 1, go.
This is one of those iconic tracks I always think about when I think about this game. It's got that cool remix. Just hard to hear because... Oh, I got a new sticker? Yeah? I should put some Shenmue quotes on the soundboard. I've thought about that on and off for a little while. Just never got around to it.
King_bunnies.sub says, do you think we will ever see Shenmue 4?
Probably not, no. Even though, from what I understand, Shenmue 3 ends to set up Shenmue 4. But I have never played Shenmue 3, so I cannot comment on that. And I do not entirely appreciate the spoilers, but at the same time, I think I kind of asked to understand without details on what happens at the end of Shenmue 3, whether or not it tries to wrap up the story or not. And apparently it doesn't. And that's all I know.
King_bunnies.sub says, we already knew that Shenmue 3 wasn't the end before it came out.
Oh.
It's like a super long epic.
Well, yeah, obviously. You are talking to a guy who has put out a Shenmue video and has a second one in some level of production that is nowhere near ready for anything. Shenmue was supposed to be a 16-chapter story, and we only have, like, maybe 6 of those chapters total between the 3 games. The other thing that bugs me is that sometimes in this game, flicking the analog stick doesn't trigger a trick. Or it will, it'll double detect you flip a trigger or a stick, I guess. Speedy Joe.
Second place. Great work.
It would be nice if they just put out, like, a book of Shenmue. Right? Or, like, hire someone to make a manga series. Give me a Shenmue graphic novel that tells me Ryo's entire journey. Stop jerking me around. You are never going to make your 300-hour game series. If you have any actual faith in your story, finish it in some other medium that is easier to manage. Shenmue's centrist. Gross. That's dirty. Which is, it's also weird because, like, I could have sworn Jeff hated those games. Like, he famously talks about how, like, when he gave Shenmue a bad review score at GameSpot, Sega fans got real weird with him, and like he brings that up every time he talks about Shenmue. About how much he didn't like that game, and how much other Sega fans got weird with him about it. Yeah, okay. Jeff respects that the games were ahead of their time, but he doesn't really like playing them very much. That's good to hear. It's refreshing to hear Jeffin, rather. It's refreshing to hear Jeff soften on some of that stuff. He used to be a lot more like his word was law, and he's getting a lot more, I don't know. He's admitting that there are people out there that really love Shenmue. And that's okay. Is basically what I'm trying to get at. Because famously, the Shenmue video I'm referring to that I've never produced, I started production on it because I heard Jeff complain about Shenmue in a Giant Bomb video. And he went on this big, long, very angry rant about how Shenmue sucks. And that it's garbage. For psychopaths. I was like, there's been a couple videos I've written that are kind of indirect responses to things I've heard Jeff Gerstmann say about games I really love. And it's never been like me addressing Jeff directly. It's not like that Good Blood video. It's more just been like hearing Jeff complain how much he hates those games led me to try and explain why I love those games. And that happened with Shenmue, and it happened with Nights into Dreams. Both those videos aren't out yet. And I've been sitting on the Nights video for years. It is basically ready for voiceover, but it is going to be a huge undertaking. I need to like buy stock footage, and it's going to be like over an hour of me voiceovering things. I might need to hire like other voice actors to handle quotes in that thing. Like it's going to be a huge undertaking, and I've been afraid of it. Because I don't have the runway to do it justice. But at the same time, it's one of those things where, like, if I don't do it justice, then it's never going to get done. I just kind of have to swallow it and do my best. Then that's a whole road I never crossed. I didn't even pay attention to what place I was in because I was thinking about the Nite's video. We'll do Metal Sonic. And I was already on acceleration. Dude, I'm not picking Body Horror Nights. No thank you. This is another one of those tracks that kind of punishes you a little bit for being in first place. There's a part where you're racing up against Wise Man in a later lap of this, where if you're in first place, like, he's a real problem to you, but if you're behind first place, it's not a big deal. Yeah, Fat Scout, that's something I bring up in that Shenmue video that I still needs a lot of work. Is the fact that, like, maybe this is what you're getting at, maybe it's not. Yakuza is not what Shenmue was supposed to be like. They are fundamentally different ideas. That doesn't mean Shenmue is bad. That doesn't mean Yakuza is bad. They just are not the same idea. Yakuza and Like a Dragon are like beat 'em up. It's River City Ransom. Whereas Shenmue is more like an adventure game. It's more like Famicom Detective Agency, or even like Sam and Max it's closer to than a River City Ransom type game. Like, Snatcher has more in common with Shenmue than River City Ransom or Streets of Rage or whatever. I don't know if you can hear the chanting. It's weird. It sounds like they're saying Sonic Metal to me. There he is. And he throws chicken nuggets at me. He kind of sounds like Infinite.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Perfect.
I wonder if there's a mod for the PC version so I could get the junk Puyo. instead of the blowfish. Well, that was weird.
Outstanding. First place.
What I should get on the soundboard is Beautiful Joe saying yummy, right? And then I'm going to make all these suggestions. You're going to tell me things to put on the soundboard, and I'm going to completely forget by the time the stream is done.
Hey, what is this? Hey, what is this?
I love that people are finding this out.
What is this? Hey, 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 what is this?
I seem to remember this track being bad. I think there's a couple of really tight turns in here that are nasty. Do I know whether or not Infinite was supposed to be an evil version of whatever species the created character was? I've never heard that before, no. What we do know is that I don't think Infinite, maybe he was, I don't think he was originally in the game. I know there's mention, like, it's the Phantom Ruby, right? The Phantom Ruby wasn't in the game. That was something they borrowed from Sonic Mania. The original thing in Sonic Forces was apparently a machine called the Valtron. That's in the leaked prototype script. And I think the Valtron was supposed to be where Infinite drew his power. But I've never heard that he was supposed to be an evil version of the OC, no. That is new to me. Okay, I think the nasty turn is like up here. It's like that. I think I just did the nasty turn just fine. Yeah, that's right. I can aim a firework.
Bunnies.sub says I liked the announcer in this first game and this one. They were fun.
They're okay. I know some people really hate him. I don't mind him. I forget if it's this game or the other one. Maybe it's both. If you try and lower his volume, he begs you not to. He's like, oh, come on, man, don't do that. I got a wife and kids. What did I ever do to you? Like, it's really good.
Outstanding. First place.
And yeah, Fat Scout, Infinite's mask is a weird thing. Because they just straight up show his face in the prequel comic. But they go out of his way to hide that in the game. So that might have been something they planned. Sega, I am begging you. Do literally anything with Jet Set Radio Future. I don't want your live service sequel game that I don't think is actually live service, but it might be. What even happened there? See, that's like the problem I have with this game, is sometimes things like that just happen. Like the physics fail. That's what I mean by this game feeling kind of like mushy and slidey and weird. And sometimes it just breaks. And in theory, something like Crossworlds being a little more rigid, a little more predictable, is better, in theory. Yeah, the Burning Rangers track. I seem to remember there's like a really bad bug in the Burning Rangers track where sometimes you just don't transform the way you're supposed to. And like you get stuck as like a boat on dry land and you're just kind of screwed. I'm in 6th place? Jeez. I really got hosed. Like, only one of those ice shots actually tracked the floor, which is kind of annoying. I do appreciate that CPU racers are like crack shots with items, though. You really have to be on your toes. Like, you can't let yourself be in someone's line of sight, because it could be really bad for you. Like the way it would be in an online game, you know?
Kingof_bunnies.sub says All-Star not making Sonic Go Supersonic or any other cool game series elements in this game was always weird to me.
A little bit, especially because it was like that in the previous game, right? If you got an All-Star in the previous game, you just went Supersonic. And you basically got infinite boost. Sorry, Vice. Sorry, Sonic. You're just slow. This is another track I don't think I really like.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, I really botched that. But I remember, like, physics stuff in this track can really screw you over, too. Right when you're flying, you have to like do this to shoot behind you. Yeah, I think it's this part that can screw you over. Because you can get, like, going too fast in this part. And you miss, like, you get, like, mistimed with these ramps and you just fall through the floor. If I remember right.
_bunnies.sub says, did Sega give them Generations assets?
It looks like it, yeah. I know at the time there was, like, a big question on whether or not this was even in, like, Hedgehog Engine. And Sumo Digital apparently had their own engine called the Sunshine engine that they used for this. It looks good, like it's aged well. It actually kind of looks almost like a modern Unreal Engine game. Like, this is kind of what Unreal Engine 4 games, at the very least, looked like all last gen. This kind of, like, soft, bloomy look. Did it. Easy.
Superb driving. First place. Results.
Is that it? I think that was it. So that was what, 3 cups? I think we have one more original cup. I don't know if I want to do it or not. I like that she's kind of like gliding around on her skates. That's a good touch. I could do without that vignetting filter though, I'll tell you that.
king_bunnies.sub says Wreck-It Ralph and Danica Patrick are the only out-of-place aged things in this game.
Well, I mean, we covered the Yogs cast.
I'm loving the sound of my own voice. Keep going. Higher. Congratulations. You've turned up the awesome. I'm loving the sound of my own voice. What? You're going the wrong way. Shame on you. Don't do this to me. This is my only job. No! What? You're going the wrong way.
The crowd volume does it too, if I remember right. They cheer when you turn them up and they boo when you turn them down. Mm-hmm. That's a good touch. I like that.
Select a mode.
I want to see Adler's oh, no, we'll do that.
Select a single race.
Because I want to see Adler's lair. I like Adler's lair. Big cool skeleton. Adder, sorry. I always say Adler. What are we gonna pick? I don't really like Gilius.
king_bunnies.sub says Team Fortress.
We'll do Team Fortress on the next one, because I want to do the Outrun track final as the last one. We'll make Danica Patrick drive through skeleton hell. Look at her N64 controller boat. Sometimes I feel kind of crazy because I'm like a light bloom lover. I love good light bloom. And this game is all about the light bloom. So I just love the crap out of the way it looks. Isn't Danica Patrick like super toxic nowadays? Isn't she like a MAGA weirdo? I realize I'm opening a giant can of worms even saying that. I do not endorse the viewpoints of Danica Patrick.
King_bunnies.sub says, would you be okay if Ben Schwartz voiced Sonic in the games but maybe made him sound a little older? Would that work for you?
I'd be fine with Ben Schwartz in the games. I feel like he's probably too expensive for Sega for one thing. I don't know if I'd like it if he sounded a little older. I think he's fine the way he is. I'm of the mind that I don't really want Sonic to age too much. Giving me an older, wiser Sonic the Hedgehog is like giving me an older, wiser Spider-Man. And I realize there are some people that really like adult Peter Parker, where he's a college professor. And I don't blame him. There's can be an appeal to that, sure. But I think broadly speaking, Spider-Man works the whole like great power, great responsibility thing is because he's just a kid and he's still learning. And that's why we got Miles Morales, right? Because he was a kid. It was a way for them to let Peter Parker grow up while still having a kid be Spider-Man. What is she even throwing? Flaming wheels?
What are you gonna do?
How much do you think they paid Danica Patrick for this?
King_bunnies.sub says adult Peter Parker rules because all of his struggles are more real. Like money issues and not paying rent. He was also only in high school for less than 30 issues in Amazing Spider-Man.
Fair enough, I guess. But kids have real problems too. You just say that because you're an adult now, so you can better relate to adult issues. And speaking as someone who thinks about it a lot, pay your rent. Jeez. Wow. I played so little of Danica Patrick. I hadn't even gotten her to max level yet. And now she's max level. Okay, now we take Team Fortress out for a spin on the Outrun track. The only track in the bonus section.
Character select. Team Fortress.
I don't think I ever unlocked their acceleration mode. So we'll just go
underscore bunnies dot sub says thoughts on the final racetrack in the game. I forget what it's called.
Whoa. TTS got a frog in its throat there. The final track, gosh, we looked at it. I saw it. What was it called? I have pudding brain today, so I can't think. It's like Race of Ages. Yes. It's all right. It honestly, like I was thinking about it because I did Race of Ages when I touched this game like last week. It's kind of a precursor almost to Sonic Racing Crossworlds because you get to like pick the route the rest of the track goes, right? That's interesting. And it speaks to my point that like basing a whole game around that mechanic is kind of ridiculous. It's a gimmick for one track. It's not a gimmick for a whole entire game. I don't think that's the real heavy weapons guy voice.
King underscore bunnies dot sub says having platform exclusive characters in a racing game was weird to me. Like Banjo and Kazooie being 360 exclusive in the first one.
Yeah, a little bit, but it gets people who have multiple versions or multiple consoles to double dip. Which is like gross, but it works. You know, there's people out there who own every version of Soul Calibur 2. Because they want Link and Heihachi and Spawn. I think it was Spawn. This pontoon boat is kind of weird. I wonder if it's supposed to be like Half-Life 2's airboat.
Bundle.admin says Malbalgia, just you wait.
Yeah, that's definitely not the Team Fortress 2 voice.
King of underscore bunnies dot sub says Eggman teams up with Dr. Doom. What does that look like?
I don't know, would Dr. Doom even consider Eggman worth teaming up with? That feels like Dr. Doom is just using Eggman to get to the Chaos Emeralds, and then he's just gonna throw him aside. He'll just double cross him. Maybe we'll do Race of Ages next, as just like regular Sonic. Just to close it out. And then maybe I'll play Ring Racers. I don't know. You can't stop me. Not today.
Race of Ages. Choose your A class. Character select. Sonic. Acceleration.
Okay, this might be kind of tricky. This track gets narrow. There's the Bonanza Brothers, who are not in this game. There's Choo Choo Rocket, which are they in this game or were they in the last game?
Get ready. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, the Bonanza Brothers were pretty good in the first game. Which I think I also have installed on PC. But the PC port of that is a little weird. It's actually not even really playable if you have AMD hardware. Only playable on Nvidia right now. I wonder if DXVK would fix that. Well, no, because DXVK changes things to Vulkan, which is OpenGL, which AMD is also bad at, or used to be. I haven't had an AMD card in like 10 years. I hear they're better now, but I still don't believe that. See, I had a lot of problems with OpenGL games on AMD. And, like, Vulkan didn't exist when I had my AMD cards, but the last time I had an AMD card, it was just non-stop headaches. I hated that thing. And, like, I would go on forums and like report graphical bugs, and I get responses from the developers that were like, yeah, well, AMD's not following the spec. And I'd talk to AMD about it, and they'd be like, the game developer's not following the spec. We're following the spec exactly. It was just like this terrible, like, he said, she said, that ended up, my game was still broken. Yeah, Rage was borderline broken. Doom 3 was broken. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit was borderline broken. It had really bad stuttering. There was terrible graphical artifacts if I used OpenGL in Dolphin. It was like really bad texture alignment issues that would happen. Texture filtering in SRB2 would be broken if I used OpenGL. That card gave me so many problems. And that was like AMD's top of the line card. It was like the best of their best. was a hand-me-down from a friend. I think Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2010 was an OpenGL game, if I remember right. That was certainly the problem that the developers at Criterion told me, because that was the forum I left the post on. Was like, hey, your game is broken on AMD, and they're like, well, it's AMD's problem. And AMD told me it was Criterion's problem.
King_bunnies.sub says GTA 4's water physics.
Kinda, yeah. And yeah, I hear newer AMD cards are fine. I've heard that, like, the generation right after the one I'm talking about, a lot of things got straightened out, a lot of things improved. But I've never touched one and I never will. Unless you force me to. Okay, that was Sonic Racing Transformed. That's still a very good game. Whoa. That got really loud. Why am I being pinged on Discord? By who? In multiple places. That's a good gif. Ring racers. Right. Do I have ring racers set up in OBS? Oh, you play Nightmare Kart. I never played that. Sort by type, please. Ringracers.executable. It should still be set up after all this time. I never took it out. Maybe I did take it out. Oh no, there it is. It's still set up. How about we open the Ring Racer? And while it opens, I will load up Twitch on my phone preemptively, assuming OBS doesn't crash.
King_bunnies.sub says, have you tried Yellow Taxi Goes Vroom?
I have a demo installed of that, or I used to, but I haven't personally booted it up, no. I watched Wayne Radio TV play it briefly. It looked interesting, it looked cool. Cute little, like, racing game platformer where your jump button is just like doing ramps. Pretty cool. Oh my gosh, I think Windows is virus scanning ringracers.exe. There it goes, finally. Show me my stream, please. Oh no, that's my text sound. Ring Racers. DXVK is primarily for translating DirectX 9 to Vulkan. Yeah. That is a good point. I forgot that it was primarily about that. I thought it was just for old games in general. Okay, it looks like the game is displaying. Can I hear it? I can hear it. I've decided to take matters into my own hands since Now I regret to inform you, I don't really like ring racers. Unfortunately. Where is it? Where's the add-ons menu? But it was in options. Gameplay? Data? Again, I have pudding brain today. I want to turn on my add-ons. Is it just in play? No. Extras, right, of course. Pudding brain. I have not downloaded the newest bonus pack, so I do not have Tillis. I do not have... Whoops. Oh, I can't unload them once they're already loaded. Dang it. But I don't have Tillis, I don't have any of the extra people. That pack that just came out the other day. But I do have King DDD's Drift Deluxe, which adds a bunch of Kirby characters. So for example, where is he? Well, there's the fairy, there's Kirby. There's the painter lady, I'm forgetting, Adeline, I think?
_bunnies.sub says Sega needs to get Keanu Reeves to be the permanent voice of Shadow from now on /s.
There's Gex. There's the fighter. There's Marks. I don't know who that is. That's from some other pack I downloaded. Wispy Woods. Day. Dark Matter. Meta Knight. Unfortunately, I only like racers from up here in this corner, so we're pretty much stuck with either Shadow or Sonic. What do you think? Motorcycle Shadow? How's that strike you? We could have Extreme Sonic 2. Extreme Sonic or Motorcycle Shadow? Sound off in the comments. Motorcycle. And for a follower, we'll have... We'll have Waddle Dee. Can we get you in your, like, correct colors, Waddle Dee? Okay. Local play. Grand Prix. Oh, I do have it set on intense. Fine, we'll do intense. I make no promises I'm going to be any good at this. Because to me, Ring Racers is a little over-designed. It is too complicated for its own good. It's better now. They've patched it up where they've smoothed out some of the difficulty. But it's still... It's a harsh mistress. This is a mean game. Oh, and I don't think I have streamer mode on, so... Is it too late? Am I gonna get idle mastered? I think I'm gonna get idle mastered. Audio jungle, audio jungle. I own nothing.
king_bunnies.sub says fan game needs copyrighted music because
Oh, that sounded amazing. And it needs copyrighted music because it's already a fan game. They're already using characters without permission. Why not use music without permission? Honestly, it's a good thing they put streamer mode into this. I was just not quick on the draw.
I fought off a gun assault and left the ruins in search of the next Chaos Emerald.
Yeah, and then you got on your motorcycle and you drove through an Idolmaster concert.
Batscout.sub says Shadow Voice Audio Jungle.
Audio jungle. Audio jungle. I went to the audio jungle in search of the 6th Chaos Emerald. Black Doom was there. He started singing Michael Jackson music, which Sega really doesn't like. There was nothing I could do to stop him.
King_bunnies.sub says, when is it appropriate to use spin the wheel?
Andy?
I want to try it, but I know you're in a racing game mood.
Spinning the wheel doesn't do anything. The wheel is there if you want to spin it. There are things on the wheel. They don't do anything. It's just there for funning around, and it will fill the entire screen, so you will make other streamers mad because they won't be able to see what's going on. That's another thing I should increase the price of. Did Tracker work on this game? I thought Tracker abandoned this community after the community screwed him over. And I wouldn't blame him. After what happened to him, I'd get out as well.
King_bunnies.sub says, Tracker lore I missed. Can I get a quick rundown, please?
So Tracker was a Sonic Retro user. He was way into music, but people in the Sonic Retro community, some old bees, some of the more rough and tumble people who had been around in the Sonic cult days, didn't like Tracker. They thought he was annoying. So they made up a story about him, about how he molested children, and that the cops were on his tail, they were going to arrest him. There was this whole story, and the community bought it hook, line, and sinker. And all it really did was chase Tracker out of the community. He never came back. But Tristan, my boss at TSSE News, he has real journalism credentials.
King_bunnies.sub says, oh, that's Tweaker.
Oh, that's Tweaker.
I thought you meant Tracker
yeah,
_TD.
no, I got him mixed up. Tracker, buddy, if you somehow in an impossible circumstance happen to see this, I am very sorry for getting you mixed up. Oh my gosh, like I've been saying this entire stream, my brain is somewhere else. I have not been able to have a clear thought this entire stream. So there is no lore that I know about Tracker. Tracker's just a good dude. Maybe he's the reason there's Idolmaster in this. I don't know. Tracker streamed a lot of SRB2 Kart. That was like Tracker's server is like one of the only places I ever played SRB2 Kart online. Well, Tristan has real journalism credentials, so he can look up police reports. He knows like the websites for that. He has connections on like where to talk to people and how to find that information out. So he looked up information on Tweaker, found out there was never a police report, there was never a warrant, there was never anything. Tweaker was innocent. It was just jerks from the Sonic cult being jerks. They didn't like Tweaker, they didn't want him around anymore, so they chased him out of the community. And he never came back. He's still out there. I've seen once upon a time many years ago, like 5 years ago, I saw his social media profile. He's still out there. Like
King_bunnies.sub says, I don't know, Tweaker was a fucking dickwad from what I remember. Should not have been falsely accused, but he was no saint.
That's a lot of those Sonic cult people, a lot of the Sonic retro people. I mean, I've gone on at length about my encounters with Sonic Retro. And I actually had like a moment of genuine commiseration with people who I would not say are in my normal circles, but apparently used to post at Sonic Retro 15 years ago, and I didn't know them back then, and they apparently didn't know me. We were just kind of, you know, strangers in the night, so to speak. And we just got to talking about old Sonic Retro culture, and they were like, yeah, that place was a nightmare, and I'm glad I left. Sonic Retro seems a little more chill now, but it didn't used to be. That place, whew.
King_bunnies.sub says, scarred son ego meltdowns.
Yeah. Like when the forums got put into permanent Shark Week for like 2 or 3 years. And for those of you who don't know what Shark Week is, that is something that Sonic Retro used to do, where the moderator staff of Sonic Retro would get tired of dealing with the community. And they'd say, okay, if you breathe incorrectly, we are going to ban you. That was Shark Week. It was their way of getting rid of troublemakers. And all it really meant is that the troublemakers would stay quiet until Shark Week would pass, and then they'd go back to making trouble. And even though they were long-term troublemakers, because they were friends with some of the admin staff, or they were some of the oldest old bees on the website, they would be exonerated. The moderator staff would turn a blind eye to them. In particular, with this story about Tweaker and him being falsely accused of, you know, being a predator, one of the main people behind that was a guy named Harrowson. And as it turned out, Harrowson was also the guy who hacked TSSC News. And Tristan, like, actually got the FBI involved, and he, like, real consequences came to him about that. Because again, Tristan don't screw around. People may not have liked Tristan. Tristan don't screw around.
Not even a challenge.
And honestly, that was the last I think I ever heard of Harrowson. I haven't seen that guy around anywhere at all ever since the TSSC hacking.
King_bunnies.sub says TSSC got hacked?
Yeah, briefly. I forget what year it was, but like some of like Tristan's personal data was deleted off the website. It was a big mess. Cause like this isn't a great idea, but Tristan was using TSSC's servers because he was like a graphic designer for real news organizations at the time. And he was using TSSC servers to like host material he was developing for official news organizations. And one of the results of the hack that Harrison engaged on the TSSA servers was deleting some of that client material that Tristan was using to pay his bills. And that's why Tristan got the FBI involved. Because, like, Harrison was costing him real legitimate money. He was damaging his reputation. And Tristan went, nah, man. And got the FBI involved. And hopefully I'm safe to say all these things. I don't remember how to spin dash. There we go. Because I know when it comes to, like, legal matters, you're supposed to, like, there's, like, NDAs and stuff you're supposed to keep your mouth shut about. But also, this was over 10 years ago, so I'm probably fine to talk about it. It was a really long time ago. Also, I never signed anything. Tristan doesn't use that server anymore. Harrison is probably long gone. So this is one of the reasons I don't really like ring racers. This whole spin dash mechanic. Slopes are really intense. You get, like, really owned in this game really easily. At the same time, first place. I should bounce with the bubble shield, it goes fast. I don't know how to use the bubble shield. But now that you say that, I remember the bubble shield had to get nerfed in this game because it was too powerful. But also, to bounce with the bubble shield, I think I need to be in the air, and that I was barely in the air for that race. Oh, I gotta think about what I'm having for dinner. I don't know what I'm having for dinner. I have no idea what just happened. Did I bump into someone that was a ghost? It made a ghost sound. I don't know. I guess Ring Racers is okay. I'm not as frustrated as I was the last time I played this game. I'm like right on cue, right? This is a very punishing game when it wants to be. But they have taken steps to make it less punishing. It is still just, like, overcomplicated to hell. With, like, slip dashing and wave boosting and whatever weird not Smash Brothers mechanics they've put into this thing. I realize neither of those is the real term. It doesn't matter. Not to me. I play these games to have fun. The last time I tried to play Ring Racers, I spent 30 minutes just trying to remember the controls. And yeah, this game can look really nice. I really like the pixel art aesthetic of this game. Something about SRB2 brings out, like, these really super professional fan artists that do, like, immaculate pixel art. It is incredible. I will never disparage the art in these games.
King_bunnies.sub says, could we ever see you play the Mario 64 PC port with mods installed? I feel like that's something you would have fun with.
Maybe. The problem with that is that, like, I have to install the compiler. Like, I have a version of Mario 64, the PC port, on my computer right now. But it's a build I made when that first came out. Like, when the very first version of Render 96 came out.
I can't believe it.
So I'd have to, like, install, like, the Visual C compiler, and I'd have to go through the whole problem of feeding it my ROM file and all that other nightmare nonsense. I'm not against it. At some point, I want to update that build to have something a little more modern. But not anytime soon. Like, I don't like tracks like this where they're like springing you in weird directions. Making it hard to tell like which direction is forward. Because, oh, it's just like a Sonic game. You're getting bounced around by springs in all these funny, crazy directions. That's not what I look for in like a racing game like this. Outside of like Sonic Riders. And even then, like, Sonic Riders, like, some of the worst parts of Sonic Riders is where they do that. Even though I genuinely love that first Sonic Riders. I do not love Zero Gravity. I've never played any of the others. Even though I know there's a mod for the Kinect version. That removes Kinect support. But I don't have Xbox 360 emulation set up, so I have never even considered that. That is something when I ever can upgrade my computer. At some point, I would like to stop being poor. Not to, like, get real for a second. In the last 3 days, I have applied to 17 more jobs. And I have a meeting with Workforce this Friday. A job better be imminent. Because for a lot of reasons, I can't keep doing this. When I stream on Wednesday, it might be the last time I stream on a Wednesday for a while.
Not even a challenge.
Oh shit. Oh, not quite. We'll do one more and then I'll call it. Because we're coming up on 4 hours. That's a healthy stream. That's not as long as some of the streams I've done recently, but my brain is mush. I have not been able to think clearly this entire stream. I don't think I slept well last night. So I have slime in between my ears. Shadow the Hedgehog says, ACAD, all cops are dicks. Hey, Emerald. So we didn't do too badly there. Ooh, I bet that Sonic 2 stage is a nightmare. And even though I've unlocked the Swap Cup, I don't know any of the tracks in it. We'll just move on to the Timer Cup. Savannah Citadel. I'm wiggling. Wow, not even a funny remix, huh? Huh? There were a lot of kart racers I could have played during this stream. If we're like talking about Sonic racing games, I could have played Sonic Riders, I could have played Sonic R, could have played the first Sonic Racing, which I almost did. I think I mentioned that before. But we'll get there. Even if I get a job, I kind of like having a regular streaming day. And I've threatened to have one for many years, and I've never committed to it. For whatever weird reasons. We're not going to get into that right now. There's a lot of things I could be and should be doing. What even happened there? Oh, I could have, like, changed racers, couldn't I? Oh, well. That just dawned on me. I could have picked Sonic Extreme Sonic. Who, as far as I'm aware, just sounds like regular Sonic, but he looks like Sonic Extreme Sonic. But he's using, like, Ryan Drummond or whatever. Do you think it's fair to call Crossworlds diet ring racers? No. I think, like, I have problems with ring racers. I have a lot of problems with ring racers. At this point, I would rather be playing this game than Sonic Crossworlds. I would happily play this game instead of Sonic Crossworlds. I am happily playing this game instead of Sonic Crossworlds. Sonic Crossworlds wishes it was diet this game. Like, the thing about ring racers is it's not actually that chaotic. Not in the sense of, like, Mario Kart, right? Like, that's the whole thing with ring racers. I've heard people call it the third strike of kart racers. It is supposed to be very strategic and well thought out and reasonable, And you're supposed to have like a defense for everything, right? You're never defenseless. You always have a strategy. If you just play well, you will always win. It has a depth and a complexity of mechanics that Crossworlds does not. It's just ring racers can be very, very, very unforgiving if you do not play smart. And I don't play kart racers to play smart. Like, I don't like it when I get owned by, like, total chaos, but I don't think about it too hard. I am probably like this weird middle ground kind of person. That probably like doesn't really mesh very well with both of those two types of gameplay. I like my kart racers serious, but not too serious. And unfortunately, the two extremes are Mario Kart and this. And I want something in the middle. Though Mario Kart's not bad. Like, I will rag on Mario Kart. But I love Mario Kart 8. I love Mario Kart 7. I get mad at Mario Kart DS. But I still love Mario Kart 7. Or Mario Kart DS, rather. I also love Mario Kart 7. But I have played a lot of Mario Kart DS. I don't think I'm winning this one, folks. I think I'm hosed. I like when I like the way I play Mario Kart DS. I don't like the way other people play Mario Kart DS. I think I started spin dashing way too early. Nope, I'm good. Hey look, Tweaker. Credited in the music. The ghost of Dustin Wyatt haunts us all. I hope you're out there doing well, Tweaker. You got done dirty. And you were always nice to me. Damn it, I fucking hate those things so much. Worst item in this whole game. Worse than the blue shell. Worse than everything. Oh look, now I have one. I like it when I hear the CPU racers commit the exact same mistakes I do. Because I know the CPU racers in this game are programmed to cheat. So hearing them bump into the same walls I do, just kind of like nodding in solidarity, you know? That is so rude. You've got to be kidding me. Eat it. I am the ultimate life form. Yoshi, huh?
King_bunnies.sub says, would you ever try Marvel Rivals on stream?
I wouldn't mind it. I don't love Marvel Rivals, but I'm cool with it. I think I still have it installed on my PS5. It might need to be patched. Because, you know, the PS5 does that thing where it only, like, patches things you actually play. And I haven't played Marvel Rivals since the start of this season. So however many weeks ago that was. But I tend to gravitate towards...
King_bunnies.sub says, oh, I didn't know you played it.
Just a little bit. I think I have a clip on the Game Dump YouTube channel of a very early play where someone like really owned our entire team with Jeff. Back when the game like very, very first launched. When people were like just figuring out how to use Jeff the Landshark to like grab and spit people out over bottomless pits. That was bad. Oh, shit. One more, and I've got 6 seconds to get over there. Can I do it, folks? I cannot do it. But generally, I stick to Hulk. Hulk's pretty good. Who else was I pretty good with? I try and do Iron Fist a lot. I'm not great with Iron Fist, but I like Iron Fist. I think I did okay with the Punisher? Maybe I've never played the Punisher. Captain America's pretty alright. But mostly it's the Hulk. Whenever I try anyone else, I usually just think, oh, I just want to play the Hulk. Like, it bugs me how, like, fragile Logan is, right? He's supposed to be, like, the toughest guy in the Marvel Universe. Can't kill him for anything. And he feels like he's made out of paper in Marvel Rivals. This is like a Kirby track. I think I've played Venom. I don't remember if I had fun with Venom.
King_bunnies.sub says making it my goal to get better with Spider-Man.
Spider-Man's tough. Spider-Man is who I was experimenting with last time I played Marvel Rivals. And he's tricky. He's definitely the kind of guy where you want to like... You want to be playing keep away with him. You don't want to be like diving right into the rough and tumble. You want to be like just annoying people from a distance and like getting out of stressful situations. He is not a character you play in your face. He's very much like an assist character. I don't remember what my horn button is. I thought it was also look behind me, but Waddle Dee's not honking. Woolly is about killing tanks, so taking down characters who don't hit insanely hard. He gets in the back line, takes out a healer or a squishy duelist, and then gets out before they know what happened. Yeah, that's not me. I face plant into every problem. Which is why the Hulk is best for me. Because Hulk is all about wading face first into every problem. I just realized this has an OpenGL mode, and I think it's turned off by default. I think you have to turn it on every time you launch the game. So the game could be looking a lot cleaner, running a lot smoother. Not to say it's running bad, but it could be better. I noticed, like, in the last track, there were places where it got a little bit framey. But as long as it's not as bad as the last time I streamed Ring Racers, I'm cool. Hey, how do we bounce with this stupid thing? I don't think there's any like way for me to bounce, right? There's no like ramps in this track for me to bounce off of. So I just like pop. Oh, hoisted by my own banana. Whoa. Yoshi. What even just happened? Bowser. Well, we scraped by. There's something to be said for that. Well, I guess there is Bowser. I'm just blind. Yeah, dude, I'm getting hungry. After we finish this cup, I'm wrapping up. My stomach's growling. Does this work like that? Oh, dude, I am screwed. I am maximum hosed. So I just have to be, like, really good at this aim? I just have to be really good at this aim. I am not as hosed as it appeared.
Not even a challenge. I cannot betray the doctor.
I think you can betray the doctor just fine, Shadow. I don't think anyone would blame you. Is that Rouge? Is that her voice? Has to be, right? It's weird that they're making her speak Japanese. What is this song? This feels like Toho or something. Or like Fire Emblem. Did anyone catch the song name? I can't tell you the track name because that's what I'm trying to figure out. Vanta Black Violent. Oh, okay. I mean, well, okay, oh no, I see what you mean. The track name, not the track as in song, the track as in the course I am driving on. That's where the confusion comes from. Ooh, Sonic. Queen of Rose from BlazBlue. Got it. Oh, that's like Orta, isn't it? That's the Japanese voice I'm hearing. That definitely explains the sweet guitar. Nobuyuki Idaware. I don't know if I said that right, now that I think about it. No special stage. How much you want to bet? I mean, I think I... Ooh. This is rare. Whoa, what's with the frame rate? Okay, there it goes. That's just rude. Look, there he is. It's the nightmare. Oh, I've never been good at these. I think I only have like 2 Chaos Emeralds in this entire game. Yeah, that was a bad shot on my part. Great. Why is this part of the track so bad frame rate? Did I hit it? The camera shook like something got hit. I know how to make shots. Somebody should clip that because I'm proud of it. I'm too busy. Yeah, sure, I'll put down banana peels for this thing.
I have to use this brace to get further down.
Oh, Shadow, I'm always ready to get down.
Perfect.
Thank you. That was probably too late to get a clip of the thing, but it'll make a marker for me to find it. Hey, that's a rare Chaos Emerald I have in this game. How about that? And we're going to be ending like at 4 hours on the nose. I like that if I pick Shadow on the motorcycle, it makes the other Shadow into an android. That's a good touch. Dub. Not
even a challenge.
That's good. That makes me feel good. Maybe Ring Racers is an okay game. No, go back. How do I get back to the board? Is it in extras? Oh, I'll never be able to find that. I want to use a key. It won't let me? Is it because it's a big one? Probably, right? I guess so. Good night. I am also ending the stream. Let's go to the waiting room. Good stream. That's basically all I have to say. Because my brain is goop. It was a good stream. I don't know if I'm going to be doing too many more of these, but I will try. I like this. I like having an excuse. But I'm going to go make dinner. Probably try to go to bed early if I can. See you then, folks. Oh, the next stream I do, because I will be, I think, one last time on Wednesday. Well, I say one last time like it's set in stone. It's not. I will be streaming for the first time ever Undertale. I have never played Undertale before. So Wednesday is going to be interesting. Assuming I don't have like a prior appointment on Wednesday. Like I said, I put out a lot of job applications in the last 3 days. I updated my resume. Who knows what the future holds? Hopefully better things. See you then.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.